Good evening and welcome to ZeroXP Studio. I'm ZeroXP Dev, and we're back for another weekly dev update on Star Jump War Crisis and some live development. So, where are we at? Well, this week I've rebuilt it again. Alright, so part of the problem that we had implementing the upgrade menu, realizing that we should have had something step before. So we'll show you what we've got now. Let me start the game and you'll see that we start with a menu screen to start with a start new run and a quit. So if we quit, it obviously quits out. If we go start new run though, so we get a select your starship. Actually, I'm going to quickly change something to show you what's going on here. Let me come up to our game controller. Yes, here we go. Alright, we're going to add a 1 there. Alright. So, when we come in here, so we've got select your starship, interceptor, or we go left or right, we've got raptor as well. So, we can change which starship now. Technically, they're both the same sprite, but I've just changed some stats between them and the names, etc. So we're just going to use this one because it's faster at the moment. We hit enter, and we jump into our screen. Now, I've just been playing around with the zoom settings and all because I'm trying to find where the next step I'm up to is putting our enemies back in, because you'll see we don't have any enemies spawning. We should, because I've done the code for that, but nothing's coming up. So that's what we're doing tonight, is debugging why our enemies aren't coming up in our new rebuild. Our movement is slightly different, so I mean we've still got the same. We keep going with constant velocity. We've got a forwards thrust, we've got a backwards thrust. We've got brakes, but they brake far too slowly. And it's like exponential how much it brakes in the end. I need to adjust, make the brakes stronger or something like that. And we've got thrust, but it doesn't do the same short thrust. Strafe, I mean. It doesn't do the short strafe that like has friction and stops again to a stop. Like, I know it's unrealistic. This is more realistic strafe because it maintains a velocity, but we want the strafe to come to a stop. Only forwards and backwards motion needs to maintain velocity. Any sideways motion caused by a strafe needs to come to a stop. It's not realistic for space. The rest is kind of realistic, but the strafe is not, because, well, we need it to be a game. It needs to be fun. And to me, this strafe isn't very fun because it takes a bit to actually get up and start strafing. But also, like, we want the strafe to be like a dodge. It's not a sideways movement, it's a dodge. Like to get out of the way of a bullet quick. The countdown, like the cooldown needs to be a lot quicker on it as well, because okay, so I don't know if we can see this, but I can go dirt. I can hit it pretty often, so we need to turn that cooldown. So our main structure's changed a little. If we look on our right side over here, we've now got. So we've got a main menu that we start in, and we go to a run setup screen and then our level. We've got our menu controller, our game controller. If we come into our main menu screen, both of those start when the game starts. And then we've got, so when, come back to the workspace, in our A game controller basically sets up controlling the whole game, stats for the game, pulls up list of the available starships. It'll hold the permanent upgrades. Eventually, when we implement saving, it's going to be a single save the player can delete, but it's a constant save. That'll all be controlled in here. It's handling getting our global center X for the screen. And you'll also notice here is DT delta time. So naturally, GameMaker runs based off frame time, number of frames that have passed. We don't want that, because if it's on a slow computer, then it's going to run slower. Like when we start, we're not going to have any issues running 60 frames a second at the moment, because there's not much in the game. It's less than a megabyte. It's like 150 kilobytes or something like that. When we start adding more enemies and things like that, and there's lots happening on the screen to fill up the memory, and lots of bullets and all weapon fire going on, then on slower computers, slower devices, because hey, if we eventually look at porting to Switch, etc., mobile devices, maybe, I don't know, that's like long down the path. Then hey, if slower device, I mean Switch 2, obviously, it's going to be pretty powerful these days. I haven't got one yet. I want to get one soon because I want to play the new Pokemon. But doing this delta time, it will convert to seconds instead. So we're not going to get bogged down by the game running slower and it affecting how things move in the game. Instead, things are going to move based on how long has passed, not how many frames have passed. So we've got the delta time there. Game end just cleans up our permanent upgrades map so that it doesn't clog up memory. I don't know, I got told to do that. And then our menu controller. So when we start the game, so we write our menu options. We get second one. Why have we got those both there? I need to get rid of them on one of them, because it's doubling up that. Fix that up later. But basically we set our controls to the menu screen, and then, okay, so whichever option we hit, so if we hit it on start new run, it's going to run the run setup screen. So then we come down to our run setup controller, which runs on our run setup screen. If we got instances later, you'll see it there. And then in here, alright, so this is basically all this is doing to start with. It's going to pull what ships have been unlocked at the moment. It's going to pull the stats from the ships so that we can like preview them and show them up on screen. So that's when we come in here. This is where we see the stats for what ship we want to run as. Then when we've got the controlling for left and right, so it'll change it which selected ship we've got and show that one. This will run the update preview stats. So this is a big thing that we're using. So we've got a function here, script, update preview stats, and this gets done in here, but it also gets done separately. So each time the player changes, it'll call this script to do it. And basically what it's going to do is create, because all our Starship objects, they're literally just going to be static objects. They're not going to be drawn in the game themselves. They're just objects to hold the stats for each Starship, the base stats. So health, shield, speed, acceleration, brakes, strafing, etc. Default weapon. So this basically creates a temporary invisible instance of one of the Starship, whichever one that's being selected on the screen at the time, pulls the stats into its own variables, and then it destroys the instance. So we know what the stats are, we can display the stats, and then we come back, run setup controller. We come back up here, it'll show those stats when we hit enter, and then it will say, right, that's the ship that we want, and it'll keep that index for the ship. Then we start the run controller and we go to the first level. Now, so when we come to the run controller, alright, so run controller, blah 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 blah, da, da, da. This we pull in which ship we've selected. If there's no ship selected, we sort of set a fallback. This is just a fallback safe barrier. Make sure that it works. And then we basically do the same thing. So we create a temporary instance of whichever ship has been selected. We pull it's the full stats in. So before we only pulled a couple of stats in because we were just pulling in a few things to preview. This will pull in the full set of stats. It'll then destroy the temporary instance. This is where we set up our temporary upgrades map later on. Once we start setting up our upgrades, we're just creating that map at the moment so we can call it in another event you'll see shortly. Then we initialize the variables for our XP and level. This is exactly the same as we had in our previous. We don't want to change that. Run active, I think we've just changed that. Some of our naming schemes are changed. Pretty sure that's just for where we're setting our pause. And then when we come into our room start, so anytime we start a new room, we check if there's an existing instance of the player. If there is, we just stop this event because it's already there. If there's not, then right, we start the player object. Then we pull in those stats that we pulled from the temporary instance into the player object. So the player object knows what it's working with. So then we come to our player object. Well, what do we... Oh yeah, that's just where I was setting up the Starship stats. So you'll see like they've got the same sprite at the moment, but the only differences is the like some of the like the base speed and I think the health or the acceleration. Yeah, speed and acceleration. I changed those just so I could make sure the variables were changing. But we can customize the ships later on once we're adding all the ships. Our object player. So first we initialize our movement variables. Then we create our named variables that we can use and populate those from our instance that we pulled. Then we come to our step event. Oh, I think room start first. Yeah, it's going to go room start, then step event. Sorry. Alright, so then we pull in our permanent upgrades map that we created in our game controller. We set any of those, like we pull all the values from those that we're going to create later on. Same again with our temporary upgrades. So this is why we've created those maps already. Then we just get the map values for, again, the temporary maps. And you'll see why we pull them there. Then we set, right, okay, here's what our starting variables are at the start of each run. So whatever our base health is, plus any permanent health bonuses that we've purchased or unlocked, plus any temporary health bonuses. Now this is just an OR, so if there's nothing there, it'll just use 0, and same again, if there's nothing there, it'll just use 0. So that way, if there's no bonuses, well, let's just use the base health. Then we say, all right, our health and our shields are full. So at the start of each level, basically, we're going to start with full health and shields. Then in our step, we've got, we come up the top. Right. So we pull in our sprite index. So this will pull in from whichever starship we've chosen. We pull in our global time, our delta time, sorry. We set our movement forwards, same. We set our keyboards. Now, instead of doing separate keyboard checks, a bit of research found that we should actually be putting these into our step event instead of doing separate keyboard event checks. The keyboard event check should be done like a separate, like if it's one-time things, not when you're checking for everything like constantly running. So, hey, the game's constantly running and movement is potentially constantly happening, and we want to check if it's happening constantly, so something like that. Something for a key press would be, like a key press event would be, hey, when the player hits escape, to pause the game. And then we put that in there. Alright, so, yep, we've got forwards and backwards and brake. And then we set some of our timers and all for our strafe. These need to be adjusted to get our right movement. Again, like things have been adjusted and it looks different, the slight movement and speed and all, because now we're moving based on time, not on frames. So we've got to adjust our maths and our figures to match that. Okay, we come down, we've got, here we go. So what we're doing is when we press send, we're actually calling a variable basically. So thrust forward is true essentially when the keyboard W is being pressed. So when W is being pressed, we start applying acceleration in the direction that we're facing. So similar stuff, but we're acceleration over time. So that's why we're using this, and it's whatever the current velocity is plus more velocity. So acceleration is distance over time squared, like over time. No, velocity is distance over time, and then acceleration is distance over time squared or whatever. I can't remember. You know what I mean? Like it's how much that's increasing. So like gravity is 9.8 meters per second squared, squared, because it's goes up. It's not, it doesn't, like gravity, it doesn't pull things down just at 9.8 meters per second. It's 9.8 meters per second in the first second, but then in the 1 second later, it's another 9.8 meters per second. So in 2 seconds, the object is accelerating at, what's that, 18.4? Yeah. And then goes up again. So like 27.6, etc. And it keeps going up until the object hits terminal velocity. That's essentially what we've created with the max speed. Each ship has got a terminal velocity. And that's like once it reaches terminal velocity, that's the max it can go. Alright, same again for thrust backwards. Brakes. We've got your brake factor again, like how much brakes over time. Now, lerp, I can't remember exactly what it means, what the term is. Hold on, let me open up the manual again. Alright, so lerp. Let me switch over to our other screen and show you this for a sec. So lerp is the function that finds the value that equates to the position between two other values for a given percentage. So say between 0 and 10, 50% between there, well, that's going to be 5, right? You got 0, 10, and 2. Well, then that's going to be 20% of it. So 20% is, no, 200%, sorry. Yeah, because it's a percentage. So 0.5 fraction is 50%. 2 as a fraction is 200%. So that's 200% of that is, yeah, 20. So basically what we're looking for is, first off, our whatever our velocity is down to 0, and then a clamp of our brake factor. Now a clamp, let's so clamp is basically just to say, right, between this and this, between a specified range. So we're going to say, right, we want to clamp our brake factor. So there's our brake factor. We came up, create. Start, where was it? Where did we have that? Oh, wait, no, there. Yeah, brake factor. So this is how strong our brakes are over time. Between nothing, and then, divided by nearly nothing, and our max speed. Right, so it's going to give how strong our brakes are working. So obviously, they're going to work better at higher speeds, like going to slow us down more. Yeah, and then our brake factor is going to stay in between 0 and 1, so somewhere between that. And then, so our x velocity, we want to be at a percentage, so whatever the brake factor is, and the range between that and that. So, I mean, if it's 0, well, then it's going to come down to 0. If it's 1, then it's going to be like try and break our full velocity down. So we're using a couple of new tasks in there. That's what we've learnt this week, is lerps and clamps. Then we've got a strafe. Now, same set of things again here. We're just setting our movement based on our strafe speed, time, and our direction. Which direction we're moving. We've set that before, so we want to go either left or right. Well, this is the angle, because up here, so you'll see here, well, positive and then negative. So it's basically saying, right, we're saying that we're strafing left by default, but right, if we're hitting left, it's a positive direction. If we're hitting right, it's a negative direction. And then when the timer is not 0, it basically will say, like, this is the stuff to reset the timer, the cooldown. Then we've got our, like, we're not using clamp here, but this is a form of a clamping, where we're limiting, well, it's a limit. So we're limiting our max speed here. So first we're checking what our current speed is, or current velocity, against what our max speed for the Starship is what our terminal velocity is. And then we're saying, right, check what direction we're moving, and then we're going to limit whatever the x, like we're going to change that x velocity into whatever the max speed is, and like stop it there. So it's not going to go any faster. Like if it's our max velocity is 10, it'll stop at 10. If our max velocity is 20, it'll stop at 20. It's not going to go 21. And then this here just says, right, whatever the current velocity is, we're maintaining that. So if we're not applying extra thrust, we're not going to increase the velocity. So if we're traveling at 5, we're going to stay traveling at 5 until we hit thrust forward, and then it'll start increasing up to 10, or until we let go of the thrust. If we let go of thrust at 8, it's going to stay traveling at 8. It's not going to keep accelerating up to 10. So that's our realistic space movement. All right. Now, problem we're having is, next thing we did is start implementing our enemies to be spawned in. Now we're going to do this in a slightly different way first. So each level is going to get a level controller. So this will handle a few things. So one, we're setting the foundations, that's the word I was looking for, of our warp drive, like how long it takes for our warp drive to charge. So we're setting up how long the max level time is. Now, remembering that all of this is based on our delta time now, and delta time is based on seconds instead of frames. So we've got 3600 seconds, which is 60 minutes. Now, that's going to not necessarily be how long every level lasts. You could play that long, but you might get upgrades that'll reduce the timer or make it count down faster. So each second goes half a second or something, like, but that's going to speed up the gameplay potentially. So now then we go create our enemy manager. This is where I need to do some debugging. So first we've got our instances layer. A level 1 controller is there, so that should be fine. What we want to do, I want to go debug. Level 1 controller initialized. So we're gonna go Time max divided by 60. All right. So let's just do that first. And we're going to check down here. All right, so let's go enter. So we've put a few here. So run setup, starships available too. All right. And we've got some other things going on here. Okay, so I'm going to change that for a sec. Let's put that there. All right. So what do we got here? Right, so you see, yeah, run setup. Oops. Run setup, starships available too. Run controller initialized. Starship name Interceptor. Level 1 controller initialized. Warp drive active in 60 minutes. So cool. That's pulling our time correctly. Level 1 enemy manager initialized. Spawn rules 1. Sprite index in run controller. Yeah, this is we were having some issues where we weren't getting our sprite to show up. So yeah, that's all done. Our room starts, our trigger starts. Our upgrades are mapped. Cool. Okay. So that's fine. So our enemy manager. To explain. Oh, I'm the wrong screen. Let me come back to our main screen. So what we're doing here, so we're pulling in our time constants again because we're going to use them. We're just setting up a default spawn interval just in case. So we've set up our time spawn table, right? This is how we're managing what's going to spawn when. We're setting up a radius, so an inner and an outer radius where enemies can spawn. That can be adjusted as well. And then we're going to create a bunch of rules. So this is where we can create a rule. This is how we want this enemy to spawn. This is how we want this enemy to spawn. This is how we want this one to spawn. And we just basically these 3 blocks here, we copy paste them. There's another rule to create another enemy. So whether it could be the same enemy but in different spawning capacity. Now, this can be adjusted as well based on whether it's being triggered by time or level, etc. And then we've got a debug down here as well. So we're pulling that table in. That's fine because we got that in the debug. We got here level 1 enemy manager initialized. So that's all fine. And spawn rules 1. If I go, let's duplicate that here. Right, rule 2 map. Just keep everything else the same. Close that. Alright, we go test again. What did I do wrong here? That was supposed to be able to just copy and paste. Okay. So you put it, so it's pulled them in fine. That's fine. Do I need to change them? Hold on, let's disable them for a sec. Pretty sure it's got something to do with what my problem is here. So it's got to do with this for loop. So I've actually given ChatGPT my code and I'm asking it to find out what the problem is. Doesn't say that's not my only problem, but let me see if that potentially fixes this. Okay, so that fixed that problem. It's actually canning DS map now. So now my J loop. I think it's the same thing. I got rid of those. While J is less than count minus 1. Oh, that needs to be J. Alright, let's see if that works. I still don't seem to be seeing any enemies. Six, 7, 8, 9, 10. Alright, hold on. Let's go debug. think it's still in that J counter. Hmm. That's interesting watching how that's working. Something I'm learning. All right. I think I need to give it look at my code again, and I think there's something else wrong. So I can't figure it out. Well, there's one. Is it just because they're really small and taking forever to frickin' spawn in? I think it's my spawn like how long they take. Oh my god, okay. Alright. This should be simple to fix this bit. Alright, so these are pretty much the same. We've adjusted them to let's change that. Let's get rid of a couple of zeros. Let's get rid of 1 0. And then okay, I want to disable this because I don't want it to think that, hey, do it 10 seconds from the end and I'm freaking waiting forever. Alright, so trigger time. Let's go 3. 3 seconds. Alright. Let's see what happens. Come on. Come on. I've had 3 seconds. Well, there's one. Hold on, is this? Game options. Right. Okay. Is that still just too slow? One, 2, 3. And now his movement's too slow. So I need to increase that movement speed. How fast are they spawning there? Hold on. About 3 seconds. That's not bad. Alright. Okay. We're getting there. We're getting there. Let's go 100 on their speed. Okay, for testing purposes, that's fine. Because we can get away from them, we can actually crash in them, we can know where they are. Alright. Next is implementing a weapon fire again, so we can shoot at them. Actually, let's give them a collision first. Actually, let's give... hold on. All right, let's change this back. 920 by 1080. All right, make sure our view's back. Alright, so our view's back. Where's the debugger window? What am I looking for? Player. Because it's still... Okay, so I want that above. So ABJ player. Same up. ABJ player. Now, on my draw event. Add draw event. So, draw first off, draw self. FNT, press up menu, that'll do for now because we might need to change the size and I'll create another one anyway. Now, where are our variables? Yeah. Here's me. Speed. Yep. Okay. So draw a value. Hmm. Wondering why I wasn't finding that there. Alright. And then we can go... You alright? Sorry guys, somebody's got a bit of a cough. What are you doing? You alright? Hey? Hey? You okay? Huh? Huh? What's going on? You alright? I'm like a 70-year-old who smokes 3 packs a day. Jeez. I don't know if you heard what I said there. She was coughing like she was smoking 3 packs a day. Like a 70-year-old smoking 3 packs a day. Kind of like an old man or something. Oh, I don't know what happened there. Okay. Current XP, so we want ABJ run controller. X dot RXP. Okay, then we want, where are we? What have we got? XP required. ABJ run controller dot level up XP. Alright, level. OBJ and controller. By level current. Okay. Now, let's make them 60, 80, 100, 120, and 40. Wait, no. I don't need that one. Already got the max shield. I want... What do I want? What do I want? That there. Okay. Mm. Okay, what I should do here, gotta push it backwards. Well, what I'm gonna try to do it. Let's see. Let's see. Level time max. Level time elapsed. Level time painting. Okay, so they're already there when that started, all right, in run controller. So down here, that creation first. Okay, so OBJ run controller dot level time max to level time max. Now that there, same again. What from there? Oh, scroll on there. Scroll there. Alright, so that should do the same then. Alright. So when this is created, it pushes, it works out the level time. It pushes that to back to OBJ run controller, which then it's calculating the same things. Okay, so now run controller can see that. So now back to player. So OBJ run controller dot level time max. Now we want time remaining. like that. Dot level time remaining. Alright. Let's see if we've got our debug and if we need to adjust the size. Break factor. Okay. We've got a problem with that because we're not hitting space. Let's just add one in here. Break factor. We need a new font. Okay. Oh. Duplicate. Debug. Let's change that to 8. Do plow. Debug. Oops, and I need to move those last values over. 350. 350. 350. Why is it like anti-aliasing or something like that? Game options. I'll just make them a little bit bigger. I wonder if it was that. Let's get 8. I mean, no. Alright, yes, but I need to space them out a little more. So, and... Alright, so let's go... We'll just go 250. So we go 450. All right, sweet. Because the brake strength is really low. Giving us an extra 5 on the speed. Okay. Alright, well, things are working there. Okay, so I'm gonna take a short break. And, what's going on? Yeah, my music wasn't playing for a while. I'm not sure why. Alright, I'm going to take a short break though, and we'll come back and we'll start re-implementing our guns again. So don't go anywhere. I'm Zero XP Dev, and you're watching Zero XP Studio. See you soon. Okay. I've been streaming without my mic back on. I got a notification there. So mic's back. It's alright, I haven't done anything. Okay. So we're going to start implementing our weapon. Alright. I think we need a few more in here. We need to set up some of these other variables. That we're going to be pulling from. Excuse me. Okay, weapon 1 bullet. No damage. Change it to attack speed. Okay. Because we're in seconds now, so half a second. Let's come to our sprite for a sec. Oh, 32. Yeah, we're centered. Yeah, okay. All right. We need to do this the same as the weapon. I'm gonna change that to run default weapon there. OJ player. Yo, thanks again, Grog. Sorry. I'd just come back from break again like 10 minutes ago or so. I keep doing that. I come back from break, I set it, say hello, and then I forget when I start working. That's right, I had my mic muted for about the first 5 minutes as well. New time developer, new time streamer too. Alright, temporary instance of the weapon. No, we don't want to do that there. We want to do that. Hold on. Any idea how I turn that off? Here we go. That says users required to wait between sending messages. Subscribers can be exempted. Oh, you could subscribe. All right, sweet. Okay, well, yeah. Catch up on what's been happening so far. We had our weekly update. We've rebuilt again. Hence my question in the Discord. We've incorporated a couple of menus and a couple of controllers in before we actually get to our run controller to handle permanent upgrades in our game controller, temporary upgrades in our run controller, and to sort of pull stats from our enemies, from our starships and our weapons, which is what I'm working on at the moment, pulling our weapons. I'll show you what I've got. So, instead of just getting straight into the game now, we've got a starting screen. We can quit. So, yay, we can quit the game from the start screen only, really. But we enter. We've got a couple of ships we can choose from. That's literally just testing. It's the same ship apart from those two stats that are changing, just so we can make sure they're changing. And then we get in. Our movement is slightly different because I learnt something this week. Delta time. So instead of programming from the frames per second, or frame time rather, how many frames have passed, we're now programming from how many seconds have passed. So I've got some adjustments to make so our strafe isn't the quick, short, snappy, unrealistic space strafe like I wanted. It is quite realistic at the moment, but and our enemies are moving quite a bit slower than they were before. We don't have any weapon fire though currently. That's what I'm working on, and we don't have any collisions and stuff, but a couple of other things I've incorporated. So we've now got our time, which is going to be a big factor of the game. So that's a lot of it is about surviving until your warp drive is activated. So initially 60 minutes, but you get upgrades to reduce that timer. And the risk reward is how you stay longer in the level, you get more upgrades in order to take to the next level. It's very new to me as well. I mean, everything's new to me, but bunch of built-in game maker stuff won't work. Like what? I mean, nothing I'm coming across really doesn't work without it. It's more using... Okay, so I'll show you what I'm doing. Where is it? Game controller first. So yeah. Delta time. So there is a delta time variable. So, whoops. So yeah, built-in variable delta time. And if I pull up the manual, delta time. Alright, so host the delta time, eliminate the effects of lag or slowness of computers that try to handle graphics. I feel like I need to use it because being a bullet hell and potentially having hundreds, maybe thousands of objects on this wall, like objects, instances, bullets, enemies, etc. on the screen. It may slow down on slower computers, so I feel like I need to have it. And then it's where I'm using it is, so we're based off 60 frames per second, so we're base speed in pixels per step. So how long we want, and then any speed is basically based on that. Now we're not using built-in variables, we're creating our own variables for things, like apart from, like, say, delta time, for example. But then, yeah, we create our global variable, and then in, say, our starship, like these will now be based on pixels per second. So if we want to move 100 pixels in 1 second, if we want to move 500 pixels in 1 second, how fast we want to go. Oh, that's the health, sorry, but yeah, these ones, the acceleration. When we go into the actual movement, where's my player? OBJ player. So step, for example. Well, in each of these, so yeah, we call our global delta time variable, so, and call them locally. And then when we go, here we go, so acceleration, like movement, so it's basically like distance over time. So that's basically all we're doing, instead of how far we want to move over how long we want to move for example. So delta time is just how many seconds has passed, instead of how many frames have passed. So just all our calculations. And yeah, instead of using speed, well, I'm using like current speed. So instead of it trying to use the built-in variables and all, well, yeah, I'm naming my own variables. So, and yeah, things are working. I haven't had any issues there so far. It's just getting it to use that. So where I'm up to at the moment is trying to implement our weapon fire. This got a little complicated, so because I'm not actually spawning a starship or whatever, I'm spawning my player, but it's got to pull all the stats from the starship, and then it's got to adjust those stats based on any permanent upgrades you've unlocked in the main menu, and then any temporary upgrades you've earned during the run. So each starship has its own base stats. So what we've got to do is, like, we've got to create a temporary instance of the ship so that we can pull the stats into whichever object is running it. So I need my run controller to know what all the stats are, and pass that on to the player. And I've got to basically do the same with my weapons now. So I need create an instance of why does it do that? Structs. In my research and conversations with ChatGPT, it suggested that, but said that doing this might be easier. I don't even, what's a struct? I was looking at maps. It stores ship data in a global structure and pass the appropriate ship data as a fifth argument in instance create. Fifth argument. Dude, I'm learning, so I don't care if it's old school shit. Yeah. Why does it do this? Default weapon. Alright, same again. Instances, temporary. Weapon instance. Why didn't it give me that? Okay. So, weapon instance. Instructors update yourself. Fifth argument of instance create. As a struct that will stamp that data into an object. Let me. What's the code there? Instance create layer. Instance create layer. Oh god, how many arguments are there for it? Dot dot dot. Is that out of date? Is the manual out of date to it? Because this has only got 5, but by Game Maker itself. Okay, we'll have a look at this. Okay, so arguments here. So in the syntax here, instance create layer, X, Y, layer ID, object, and then your variable struct that you were saying. Optional, a struct with variables to assign to the new instance. All right. But let me come back here. So I might need to zoom this in. I don't know. Hold on. Instance. Oh, that's not zooming in. Okay, so in here though, instance create layer, X, Y, layer ID or name, object, variable struct, and then it's got a dot 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 as if like it's got a comma and then a dot 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 as if there's more after that. It seems like it's suggesting that there's more, like more arguments you can throw into it than 5. But yeah, the manual's only saying 5, so. But yeah, if you watch what I'm doing here for a sec though, you'll see like it's pretty good for me how I'm learning. Tonight probably another half an hour, 45 minutes maybe. I want to get these weapons firing again. So I'm nearly copy pasting from my old project, but with some slight adjustments. Instances, temp weapon instant. Where's ABJ weapon? ABJ run controller. Okay, so what do we want? But yeah, no, we're just creating a temporary instance using the variable instance get to pull the stats from it and then destroying the instance. I don't know if that's going to affect how, like, I don't know, efficiency or anything. It pulls it for, I don't know, a frame. I don't know. I guess, like, to add a million new concepts at once is a lot. Weapon name. So temp weapon instance. Weapon name. Yeah, throw it to me in Discord DM or something. So Discord again is like something I'm new at. Like, I've had Discord for ages, but I've never really used it. I definitely sort of want to utilize it as a resource for learning and networking with people. But it's definitely something I'm new at as well. I'm classic social media Facebook. That's most of my experience with social media is Facebook. But yeah, I'm learning. You got an old dog here learning new tricks. Bullet speed. Bullet damage. Attack speed. Number of shots. Shot spacing. And look, even while making this is my first project, but I've got stuff that's been floating in my mind, like ideas floating in my mind, that if this venture of mine is successful, well, ideas that I can continue with after this. My biggest idea is probably an even bigger hurdle than making my first game in Game Maker with like a 2D game. I've got an idea for a 3D game, and look, I know it's possible for solo devs. Graphics wise, I'll be looking at things like what's that shotgun roulette one? What was it called? Is that it? Shotgun roulette? It's like that, those sort of old school, almost like PS1 style graphics and all, like, so you shouldn't have to worry too much about like creating really high res textures and everything in it, and it's a fairly small self-contained environment that I'm thinking of for that. But it's an idea that I've got messing around in my head that's, I don't know if you've heard or read the book, don't have it in here, it's in my lounge room, House of Leaves. It's playing off ideas in that. So muzzle offset. What did I do there? Destroy instance on temporary weapon instance. Okay, so now all those stats are in the run controller. Now same again with that. So essentially going to do the same here. There is some things that don't work in D&D that I've got to use actual code blocks for. But the D&D is good because, like, I can search for something I want to do. Like, I don't know exactly what I want. All right, I need something to do with mouse and keyboard. I can look through the options, right, that are here and look through the tooltips that they've got. Or I want something to do with collisions, right? And see what options there are that I don't know about, even. And then drag that in. It'll tell me what arguments are needed. And you'll see over on the right side, it'll generate the actual code. So I can learn what the code is at the same time. So it's really good for me. Alright, so this is set. So now we need to send these to the player instance. Now, so same things here. So weapon name. How are these gonna? Are they gonna? Yeah, so they're gonna double click nicely as well. So bullet object. Bullet speed. But yeah, Zero XP Studio is my new, was a hobby venture, now turned full-time venture. Very risky venture. I've honestly just gotten out of a quite a long relationship that wasn't that great in the end. I'm definitely in a much better space. But we had a house together, had to sell the house, made a bit of profit from that got split. That's then not enough for me to go and purchase another house on my own. But it's enough that I can support myself for a little while. So instead of just going straight back at, well, see, I moved as well. I moved to the other end of the state. I used to live in southeast Queensland, and now I'm living back where I grew up in northeast Queensland, North Queensland, in Townsville. So instead of finding a new job up here, I decided I'm going to give development a try full time and see if it's a viable option. I've got enough to keep me covered for a bit. And hey, if I can get a game or two released in the next 6 to 12 months, maybe they might make money. Maybe it might be a viable option. The name itself, Zero XP. That's me. I got 0 XP. I'm a 0 XP dev. That's why I'm 0 XP dev. I'm learning from zero coding experience, so I thought it was a good name for the studio. I'm calling it a studio because I'm going to be doing a few things, not just game development. Obviously we've got a bit of live streaming happening, so a little bit of video production and streaming and learning to make live streams and YouTube videos, and oh god, there's a whole new learning experience as well. Thumbnails and titles and comments and hashtags and stuff. God. What did I just do there? I accidentally clicked that. We've pulled those in. BJ, what do we want? Player. Okay, so we pulled those in as, did we pull them as run base? Wait. No, we need to do this one first. Yeah, we wanted to create, not room start. Ah, crap. I copied too much. All right. Hey, Turtle, I didn't notice you lurking in chat there. Where's my, fence? Maybe they are. I just didn't notice. I'm not sure. All right. Where are we? Go P then. Starship instance. Weapon name. Was it with your PP? ID. Ref. I don't think I'm end up using that, am I? I don't think I need it for weapon. Yeah, I don't think so. Back to run controller, Starship F. Select the Starship. Yeah, so that should be fine. Alright. Starship and weapon string weapon name. Okay. Let's see if that's pulling that. Okay, game controller initialized, Starship's unlocked. Starship's available too. Okay, what do we got here? Create object event for objects. Okay, weapon, one bullet. Oh, because we haven't created the... Okay. Okay, I mean, we know that it's trying to pull it then, so that's a good start. Hey, thanks for the follow, Grim. Shot spacing not set. Start. Oh, did I type it wrong? Run controller. Yeah. Shot spacing. Excuse me. Excuse me. Yeah, so shot spacing. Shot spacing. Okay, so they're fine. Try that. Okay, we're in. Hey, there we go. So we're pulling our weapon correctly. Okay, cool. All right. Now let's check. Player has them. I mean, our player does. Oh, we need to copy that first, sorry. And do the same for So, weapon name. Bullet object. Object. Ah, I can do the, yeah, okay. Bullet speed. Doesn't matter if I'm copying that, because that's the same. Bullet damage. Attack speed. Shots. Alright. Shot spacing. No S. Random aim angle. Muzzle offset. Don't need the extras. We're missing cooldown. Yeah, I thought you'd disappeared for a bit. I thought that's why you were asking how long I was going to be on chat. How long I was going to be on stream. Weapon cooldown. Just going to keep that at 0 for now. Run controller. Add another one in here. Weapon cooldown. Just send that in Discord. Yes and no. You're talking about... Oh, well, this stuff that I'm working on. Yes and no. It's more confirming... Doing it confirming the value, essentially. Just, like, making sure that it's initialized, just in case. Because... Okay, so... Run controller pulls them first. So run controller is... creates the default instance, sorry, it creates the temporary instance, pulls the stats into variables that run controller can use and see. Most of the things are going to be handled within run controller. So any changes and stuff, no, not so much changes, because these are the base stats. But I may want to use them for multipliers, etc. For the upgrades. So that's where I haven't got the map yet. I haven't got any data in the map yet. I've just created the map for the temp upgrades. So in here, if I want, okay, number of shots, whatever the number of shots is currently times X amount or whatever, I can add that in there. Run controller knows what they are. Then these are these maps? These are variable arrays, aren't they? Like it's just an array of variables. Then these execute codes are basically passing them onto the player instance when we start. So we create the player instance. That's the term I like. I think of, like, I'm learning still, so I don't know the exact terminologies and stuff. I think of my idea is, right, a variable is one thing. So whether that's a number, a string, whatever it is, a true or false, it's one. To me, what was going on in my mind then is a variable array is multiple of that one thing. So it could be, right, a list of numbers, well, not so much like a list, but like within that variable it's 1, 2, 3, A, B, C, etc. Whereas a list is, okay, here's writing down on a piece of paper. Like, to me, variable, you got A. Variable array, A, comma, 1. A list, to me, would be, right, you're writing down on a piece of paper 1.1, like say if you were bullet pointing or something, you'd put a bullet point A, then the next bullet point B, then the next bullet point C. So that'd be, to me, in my head, that's a list of variables. And then a list of variable array would be the first bullet point, A, comma, B, comma, C, comma, the second bullet point, 1, comma, 2, comma, 3, comma, and then a map is, right, that's in this group, and then that might be listed as that, and then this group is the next. So it's like, I feel like each one goes a step up to the, like, sort of numbers and columns and or whatever. That's how my head is thinking, at least. So, but yeah, my intention here then was this passes those details to the player, so then the player can use them within movement and stuff. The player, I need to add that one in here. Hold on, before I get too sidetracked, give me a sec. For instance, weapon cool down. Alright, so that's passed to there. So, I get what you're saying, it's creating it to itself, but to me, it's just like, just confirming, hey, make sure this variable is in here. And again, remember, I'm learning. I'm 0 XP. But thank you for the appreciating, like, the time and all. I appreciate it. So any time you'd use a list, you'd want to use an array. And anytime you'd use a map, you'd want to use a struct. So what is an array and a struct like the new versions of lists and maps? Oh yeah, you just said that 2 comments ago. So what's the difference then? If it's more functionality? As a beginner and literally my first project, is there anything wrong with doing it this way? As, hey, here's my first learning step. Fifth argument of instance create can't take a map. I mean, that's where your variables are created within the object or something, though, isn't it? I mean, even if you had... I've got variables that I'm creating within my object player. Like, these strafe timers and velocities and my brake factor. Like, this brake factor is nowhere else. It's just being created in my OBJ player. So, like, isn't that the same? In each starship. So each starship will have its own object that'll have what the sprite is, what name, health, shield, etc., what its default weapon is, and then basically the same thing with the weapons. It goes to the run controller, and then because the run controller is going to be what's handling most of the stuff that's running, that's happening. The player is literally just what you're moving on the screen. The run controller is going to be handling like even the player experience level and health and overall, really. No, the run controller gives it to the player. The player doesn't ask for it. The player, like, the run controller creates the player, then says, "Hey, here's some stats for you." The run controller is going to be controlling those stats with upgrades. And then the player is just looking at those stats and saying, "Oh, okay, I know how to move now." So basically, it's just like grouping them all into one. Okay. I understand. I think I want to keep using it this way to start with because, again, rebuilding so many times. But this way, like, I'm seeing exactly... I noticed I didn't have that cooldown that I needed. So aside from the talking, like it took me a minute to add the extra cooldown, extra, what's the name? Uncreate weapon. Okay. You're probably gonna say it's gonna relate exactly to this as well. Because, well, here I go again with typing out the variable names and all again. Or copying and pasting them again and stuff. Because, yeah, this is where... What issue am I having? Oh no, not so much double checking stuff I missed. I can go back and like see, okay, I'm pulling this, I'm pulling this, I'm pulling this. Like all in the same, like each time. I don't know. My brain likes to see everything. I don't know. Again, first steps, dude, first steps. Yeah. Oh, speed bonus. I mean, I know I'm gonna have to type these variables out so many times because sometimes you get lost in shit and not finding what you're doing. Yeah, well, yeah, like I asked before, like, is there anything wrong with this way? And you said no, it's just an old way of doing it. Which I'm fine with. Like, yeah, I'm fine with learning the old ways and then progress up. Like I said, I'm still mainly Facebook for social media, man. It's only taken me up till now to try and actually learn Discord properly and all. Attack speed, number, shots, bonus. Yeah, I'm gonna have to type these variables out so many times as well anyway, just because, well, I need to have them in permanent upgrades and temporary upgrades, and then I'm gonna have so many different weapons and all, like, each time. And then I'm gonna have ones for each of the different enemies and all, like. But my idea is I build it once, and then once I've got the base, I copy and paste some more, and then I just change, oh, this enemy goes this much faster, and this bullet does this much damage, and etc. This one fires in this pattern. Spacing. Bonus. Spacing bonus. And then, like, I've just got so many variables as well amongst each, because I want to have lots of upgrades, lots of ways to potentially customize your run. Like, yeah, it's a roguelite, but it's a bullet hell. So you think back old school bullet hell shooters, and like some of my favorite ones. Shit, but by the time you upgraded your planes or whatever, you could be firing 10 different weapons at once, and pretty much nowhere on the screen is free of bullets. Like, so like I want to have single fire bullets. I want to have things that like come out in waves. I want to have ones that like sweep out in like snake patterns or whatever, and all sorts. Like, think of, what's it, Near Automata, and some of the bullet hell sections in that. Whoops. And weapon cooldown. Okay. Is that all? Bullet speed, bullet damage, attack speed, number of shots, shot space. Okay, that looks all right. Okay. Go down better. Unsure if you're still there, Grog. I just looked more into that example code you sent me. That would be like that block. That would be in the run controller, yeah? The block of code you sent me. Okay, no, I think possibly getting lost in translation, yes, but I think possibly the other way. I don't think you're... I may be wrong. I'm wondering if you're not seeing what I'm doing. So, again, if I... Okay, because the starship isn't permanent. It's literally not being called to... Yes and no, but the starship doesn't stay. It gets called to grab the stats, and then that's it. It's gone again. So where am I? Create. We'll say in here for the weapon. So creating a weapon. I mean, okay. Say if I'd done that, I'm guessing you would say... So essentially... So by what you're saying, I'm just pulling out not having the starship objects. Is that right? Like skipping the starship object. Yes? How I'm seeing what you're explaining to me. Okay, let's say it was in this block here. I mean, first of all, by the sounds of it, I would have to use an execute code block instead of the create instance block. I don't think D&D can use the fifth argument. So I think, for example, but this is what's going on in my head, thinking about what you're telling me. I think, for example, I would have to go instead. So if you check on the right here, where are we? Starship instance, weapon instance. Here we go. All right. So on the right here, if you watch this, so if I go var temp weapon instance equals instance create layer -100 -100. So I'm imagining this is how you would create an instance of an object normally, as opposed to me using a drag and drop. Yeah, right. So then which layer you're putting it on, right? Default weapon, what we're calling, yep. And then obviously blah 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 blah, there's your struct, whatever the thing is. All right. So first of all, yep. So first of all, well, in the create instance layer, there's nothing there. Hold on, where's my instances? Yeah. create instance, that's my block. So as I fill this in, okay, well, your VAR temp instance, so that's here. So temp weapon instance, well, that's here. So watch the live code. That's if you're calling it a variable. All right. And then if I want it a temporary variable, well, that's there. Okay. I could leave that blank and it doesn't have a variable name. It's just the object floating there. How I understand it. All right. So variable name. Whoops. All right. Then that's the object being called up here. So obviously your X, your Y, your layer, but there's nowhere for a fifth argument. So one, using D&D, I can't unless I use an execute code block first. So one, am I not writing as much code to start with? But two, again, what I just want to be able to, what I'm imagining for you to say, for using structs, okay, here's my, I don't know, say my game controller, so my game knows everything. In my create event, well, I don't know, not struct as such, but because again, I probably don't have structs completely. Map value, here we go. We wanted ship 1. Say this was your struct. Right, see, this is my problem. Why the live preview doesn't pop up all the time, and I got to close it off and reopen it. There we go. And then, yeah, speed 10, Excel 5 or whatever. All right. Yeah, I think I understand what you're saying. I feel like that there's my code blocks then of equivalent this right here, this stuff here, equivalent that to your global.ship data equals ship 1, your struct that you built in your comment that you sent to me. Say if that was the equivalent, right? To me, I would need all those sitting in my game controller and have to manage all that within my game controller when I want to go and add a new ship. And I can understand why that would be simple. Yeah. Yeah, well, execute code, same sort of thing. I was just using that visually as an example, all right? But again, it would be, I'm guessing each ship, yep, all in game controller, yeah? Again, though, all within one object, script, etc., whatever's holding that. All one object holding them, yeah? Okay. I don't want to do that. Part of my OCD. I want them in separate. So, right, there's a template. It's basically a template. Here's Starship 1. Okay, I want to add another Starship. Oh, look, I've got Starship 3. And, hey, there's all my stats. Now, then all I got to do is come in. Okay, I want this one to have 200 health and no shield, etc. And then change the sprite. And then, oh, I don't want that ship anymore. Delete. To me, this is easier just with my OCD and brain and layout and being able to visually see it especially while I'm learning. It may not be the right way. One thing I got told though is sometimes the right way is not the right way. And especially if you don't know the right way, sometimes the way we work around things to get to what we want to achieve can work better. Yeah, well, that's what I mean. This is moving me forward. This is what I can understand at my experience level. Remember the name of the studio. All right. I'm spending too long on that. I need to get back to where I was. Where was I? Run controller. ABJ player. But no, I perfectly get what how you're explaining it and all now. Why? What's happened there? Oh no, that's right. Okay. Okay, so we've got our bonuses. Ah, this is what we were changing. Yes, okay. And again, yeah, it might save me writing these variables out a dozen times, but it's okay. Bullet speed. Speed. The amount of things in my life that I've been told you can do this easier. There's an easier way of doing this. And I've just kept doing it the same way that I've always done. It's unbelievable. Oh. 4 times would be probably a underestimate, to be honest. So yeah, to go back into my story. So I started this project as a hobby. It was a very part-time hobby. If you were to check my early archives on YouTube, on my YouTube, the first streams and all, they were still a couple of streams a week, but that was the only time I was working on the project. So 4, 6, 8 hours a week, maybe, from nothing. Literally, like, my first videos were right, how do I choose a game engine, and researching that. Weapon, go down. I need to delete those other ones. And then I went from learning what engine to build in to once I chose Game Maker, I went and followed a bunch of the tutorials on Game Maker's website and all. Did that. Went through a few of them until I was confident enough. Okay, I sort of know my way around some of the basic code and all. I know how to apply some basic programming principles. I wouldn't say coding principles, but programming principles. What can we do? And then that's when I started, building the project. Working on it again, 4, 6, 8 hours a week for 2 months. So really hadn't, pretty much everything I'm up to now is what I've achieved, but it was realizing I'd done things in different orders, same as before. It was just different order. I've done this first, and I should have done this first, and I've done that first, and I should have done this first to build up on. Basically, I started not trying to build a building from the top floor down, but like, say if you had a 50-story building, I was trying to build it starting at the 25th story. There was a lot to build on top of, but should have been a foundation to start with. So that's where hopefully this is the last rebuild. The one before it was like last week's rebuild. I probably went down to about level 10, started from there, and then realized, I've still got a few more floors to drop down. So hopefully this time is the foundation. Now the foundation isn't rock solid yet. We've poured the concrete, but it's still setting. It's a slow set concrete. There's a lot to build on the foundation still. Like, the foundation is the menu and the game controller, and then we go up from there. So obviously the menu's going to branch potentially. So once we get options and anything like that, we'll have like branches from the menu. So we've got the main menu, right? Options, screen, credits, etc. Credit my name, me, hello. The new start, new run start, etc. Upgrades menu or whatever. The main pathway, so main menu, it spawns the run setup controller first, which basically it's sort of just like a pre-step to the run controller. It pulls in the few very basic stats that we need to know to present like choices to the player. Hey, here's what ships are unlocked, or whatever. Like, you've only got one ship unlocked, you can only select that one. It'll handle that, pulling that information in. once the player's selected that, it'll pass whatever it knows to the run controller. It stops. The run setup controller. Run controller then runs while the player's playing a run. Now, I'm attempting to build this modularly, and this was part of in my research on how to build a game and design a game. Prototype first, so this is my prototype. Like, this isn't what my ship is gonna look like. This is just free assets that I pulled in. I've rescaled to 32 by 32, etc. That fits my scaling, at least, so I know, right, size-wise, this is what I want it to look like. I want to build my prototype out as just the first level. In my design doc, I've got 6 levels. Just the first level to start with, I don't know, 5 enemies. And, yeah, 1 ship. So then I'll push that out as, like, I'll hopefully get some people to do some play testing and give me some feedback. And then from there, I can come back and say, okay, right, I've got a first level, I've got 5 enemies, I've got 5 weapons. Now I want 6 levels. Okay. Copy the level I've got. Everything's done. But I need to change this to this, I need to change that to that, and this to that. Sweet, now I've got 2 levels. Copy and paste it again. Change these. 3 levels. And same again for the enemies. So, to me, like, sort of building it into a pyramid to start with, like, it's all build this foundation, build this big foundation, get that done, prototype, single, here's a, I don't know, it's not an alpha, it's not a beta, it's like a gamma, an omega. And then from there, once I've got, here's the base, here's, like, this is what the game is, then we just expand it. Me, that's the logical way. I could be completely wrong. What are we doing? Okay. What DT? Okay. Alright, so let's pull in. We're going to do this similar to the keyboard presses. So let's go as the variable. I have the one here. Primary weapon firing. We want a mouse check. Pressed, I think. hold on. Okay. Let's check button is just when we click. Let's check button pressed is when we're holding down. Oh. I really want to do it while we're holding. Okay. Yeah. Do it when we're holding. Alright, so wait, no. Did we use variable or expression before? Expression. I mean, technically they come out the same, but we can just go weapon firing. Primary weapon firing is true. It's going to pull 0 because we've got 0. Let's change that first. I want to be able to test it. 2. 0.5. Wait, no. Keep that 0. That's going to be the shot between shots. The cooldown. I'll have like an overheat that builds up. But that depends on the weapon. Not every weapon will overheat. Alright. Yeah. So run weapon cooldown. So if it's less than 0. So as long as it's cooled down. because no, I just hadn't said anything. That's the other thing with streaming. Look, part of the reason there's a reason why I decided to stream so everything. There should be background music. You should be able to hear that. This is too low. Part of the reason I decided to stream everything, mental health. I'm getting potential late age autism diagnostic, autism, or to a lower extent potentially ADHD, but more likely autism somewhere on the spectrum there. Diagnosis. Part of what comes with that is extreme anxiety a lot of the time, particularly social anxiety. And the idea was that maybe streaming might help me with that. So, combine never having done things like streaming before with social anxiety. Yeah, this is the result. Hello, I'm 0xp Dev, and welcome to my stream. Well, it's not my first stream, so I've done a few. I'm slowly warming up to it. It does make it easier to have someone to chat to. You know how tough it will. Not so much tough. You just almost forget that you're streaming though when there's no one in chat. Just like, shut up. So the occasional chat message to respond to is good. Until it becomes too distracting like it was before. Not saying don't chat to me, please. But yeah. What are we doing? It's got a built-in direction. I don't want that. Hold on. Yeah. We want a base direction. And we want to base that on our direction move. So that's following the way that we're pointing. Oh. I'm going to put these together. Wait a second. What are we? Ah, okay. Okay. Okay, so I want aim angle. To be a random range between negative random aim angle and random aim angle. Where's my old one? Hold on. We want these to be temporary. That total span. Wait. Okay. Now, repeat. Shots. Oh. So spacing. We want to do that is that. So OBJ weapon one. Eight. Bullet object. Depends on what it's firing. Y. Weapons layer. B. Direction. Speed. Rotation. Direction. Ah, not that. I want DT. Oh, I don't think I'm going to get as much as I wanted to done tonight. Just want to get this weapon firing though. Okay, we're doing that so that the instance sets those. Hmm. X plus X direction. Ah. Oops. One. Set normal movement. For instance. Enemy collision. Every J1 enemy. other. Pretty sure I've got a current health. Yeah. No, that's... No, I want to do it because it needs to be on any, not just whatever it says. Current health. Minus. No. Okay, no, that's right. All right. I feel like that's right. I need to do this the other way. instead of putting it there, enemy collision. I'm going to do that similar, the same again. Let's go. OBJ weapon collision. I'm putting okay. Theoretically, that should fire. Okay, what's wrong? Fire. Weapon cooldown. Okay. Weapon cooldown, run weapon cooldown. Undefined value. Hold on. I think I know what went wrong. I missed a thing, that's all. I thought it was something else, but it wasn't. No. Okay, now why? Weapon cooldown bonus, weapon cooldown bonus. So they're both there. Temp weapon cooldown bonus. Home weapon cooldown bonus. I doesn't like that. being passed on. Ah. Oh yeah. Okay. Aha. 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 This is where I'm going wrong. Bullet object. So bullet object gets passed here. Bullet object's passing there. Which that should pass through. Please. Come on. Come on. Come on. No. Wait. The layer now. Okay, I forgot to put the layer. Weapons. Go under all of them. Alright, fingers crossed, everyone. Oh, come on! Bullet speed not set. Why is bullet speed not set? Hold on, where was it? Okay, step. Speed equals bullet speed. Ah, that'll be the run bullet speed. Player. Object player. And I'm going to have to do that to here as well. Run bullet damage so I don't get another error there. Okay, now hold on. It's not pulling through there for some reason. Run bullet speed. Okay. Bullet speed. Run controller. Okay. Well. Yeah, no, I screwed them up there. They need to be just bullet speed and bullet speed and bullet damage. But why aren't they working? This is just a test. I'm wondering if it's because I've got that applied to weapon bullet there. No, because it's worked out those base directions and stuff. So it shouldn't. But we know what bullet speed is. Okay, that's not working. Not getting to those variables to add them. Because we're still just maintaining the run. Where's the map? Oh no, there they are there. Bullet speed. It does have the variable. So why doesn't... It knows what... Player sees the variable. So why is the step event not seeing it? Here. Yeah, bullet speed. Bullet speed. More because I've got a ultra wide monitor. I'm trying to fit it in the ultra wide aspect ratio into a 16:9 aspect ratio. I can zoom in, but then I don't get to see as much. Okay, so the problem I'm having, which I don't understand, is in this line here. So where are we? Let's close our game. As soon as we shoot, so we stop there. So I don't get it because, so when we fire, alright, so we fire our weapon, we set our direction, we work out a random aim angle, like, so it's a bit of like jitter in the aim, your aim's not 100% perfect or whatever. This is for spanning multiple shots, like spacing multiple shots when we start upgrading. But, okay, say we've got 3 shots. This is the point of this repeat block, so ignore that. Say if it was 1 shot, we shoot off. We got a shot angle, blah, blah, blah. That's all fine. Oh, here. No, sorry, I'm a little bit further. So, to each bullet that's fired, we set a direction variable as our base direction plus our shot angle plus our aim angle. That's fine. My point is, I'm mentioning that, is that they're set up over here. So, variables here. I wonder, I may have just figured it out, but we've got variables here that we're set up within player, so base direction, aim angle, etc. That this, even though this is an applied to weapon bullet, alright, so each shot we're applying this section to that. This is saying, right, set direction. Whoops, let me see where we are. Speed. Let me bring the code over. This is probably what you'll recognize at this stuff. Yeah, okay. So, with each weapon bullet that we fire, we're setting a direction, blah, 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 which is pulling these variables from player that we're setting up in the step event here. Then set the speed as bullet speed. Now, this is where I don't understand why. When we run, the code is saying, the code error is saying variable's not set. Alright. Speed equals bullet speed. And when we check the debugger, oh, I didn't go run its debug that time. Hold on. Here we go. When we check the debugger, where it stops is right on that line. So, like, we know it's that line specifically. When I look in here, instances, I know the variable's there. OBJ player, bullet speed. Now, those same other variables that we created are there. Where are they? Where did they go? Sorry, I can't zoom that in. Where are we? Where are they? Base direction, base shot angle. So base direction, shot angle, aim angle. Why isn't this in? alphabetical or something. They're not coming up. I don't see them. They're not. Point being is that player sees the stat, but the bullet's not for some reason, even though it's supposed to be pulling it from player, and player definitely says it has it. Just gotta find why it thinks it doesn't have it. Here's my fire script from the old one. Only fire. Do I literally just go OBJ? AI.bullet damage? I don't think so. Ah, it's this. Need speed as well. Nothing's coming out. Okay, we're not getting the error, but nothing is appearing. Alright, what's going on? Okay, I got past that error, but now it's not appearing. Nebula. Weapons, yeah, that's there. Yeah, that's fine. Why isn't it appearing? Is it too fast and it's like shooting off screen or something before? Okay, hold on. Why? And I was supposed to like stop it at a certain point. Kind of like as if a bug happened, but you forced it. I don't know how I would use that to find out why this isn't appearing though. I've been doing, I'll show you what I've been doing. So I'll throw a debug message in. This is how I've been like making sure something happens at a particular spot or in time. Let me zoom back in. So yeah, debug message. Let's say, and then we'll get the, what's the name? Plus string muzzle X. Alright, so let's do that. See what happens when we click. Well, it shot one bullet. No, I don't think I can do this tonight. I've been working today for, oh God, what's it? Maybe 9 hours, something like that. It's midnight. I started at around 3. It's just after midnight. I started around 3 o'clock today. I wanted to get back to where I was, back to being able to start doing the temporary upgrades again. See if, I'll make sure my old project's not broken. See if... Yeah, I think I broke it. I was gonna say, I'll see if my old project's not broken. I'll show you where I was at. But, pretty much, where I've got at the moment. So on the current project, so in here, I was pretty much having this where I could fly around, I could shoot enemies with my first weapon. Hadn't changed anything like where it would change in-game, but I could go back to one of my controllers and say, right, the number of shots instead of 1 is 3, and instead of firing a single bullet up, it would fire like 3 or 5, etc. Had all that done. So that was like my starting point of, right, okay, now I'm ready to start putting upgrades in. Start, right, being able to increase the number of shots, how much health you've got, how much damage they've got, etc. So yeah, I'm just rebuilding back to that point so I can start adding in my upgrades again. So yeah, I don't know. As I said before, it's I've one step back, but I've taken 3 steps forward. I'm not 2-step 1 forward. It's 1 back, 3 forward, I reckon. I may look like I'm behind, but I've done a lot that wasn't there before. So I'm definitely building a good foundation. But I think we're going to leave it there for tonight. I'll come back, probably not tomorrow, or it's Halloween here in Australia. I've got some plans. Give me a sec, guys. I don't know who's watching. It might just be you. I'm going to be back in 5 seconds, 10 seconds, whatever. I'm going to show you what I got planned for Halloween. All right. So, one of my other new hobbies that may start to become a little bit of venture within Zero XP Studio is got to do with 3D printing. And so I've just gotten the Anycubic Cobra S1 combo. Been printing off a lot of stuff with that, from underwear for cable management for my desk, to all sorts of different things. So anyway, I had some ideas for Halloween this year. A little bit based off one of my old costumes that I've done before, but also another hobby I've gotten into. I got an e-scooter, Segway, this year earlier. Well, when I moved to Townsville, because it's nice and flat, so I can get around easy. I've used barely any fuel since moving up here, getting around on the e-scooter. But then one day, I've got a full face helmet for it to stay safe. One day when I was unpacking and all, I came across one of my old Halloween costumes, and it was a Grim Reaper's outfit that I've got like a mask and all with it. And so, well, here's the mask. But the main point is I discovered that the mask fits within my full face helmet. So, I'm going to get around on my scooter as Death in my full face helmet with the Death mask underneath. So this looks like Death riding around on a scooter. Because, yeah, nothing else will be able to be seen of me. I thought, okay, I need to fully go with this. So, I'm not a huge fan of kids having so much sugar. They're going to get enough sugar as it is for Halloween. So first off, I printed a bunch of sugar-free treats. Let me get all the different ones out. What do we... there's one more here somewhere. Where is it? Oh, the back. There we go. So I got a bunch of key rings that I printed. There's a Frankenstein, ghost, and a skull, and a bat, and a little pumpkin dude. So these are my sugar-free treats. My bucket that I'm going to carry them around in. There's a skull. So this will hook onto my scooter to start with. And then the top opens up. You got the brain inside. I'm going to make some like food safe slime and some red food coloring. Make like blood. And then yeah, that's where all the treats are. So I'm going to hand those out. And then I printed out a scythe to go with it. This is freaking awesome. This was multiple pieces that I had to glue together and all. So, but this is the biggest single 3D print that I've made. It's got some pretty cool detail in the blade though. And then this is the last thing. So this is a Aztec death whistle. Got a better color here, but this one doesn't blow. It's something stuffed up on the inside. This one was just in black. So, but an Aztec death whistle from one of the new Ghostbusters movies, Afterlife, I think it was. I need to turn off some of my post-processing. Otherwise it blocks it out. Edit filters. Alright, my microphone sound may go shit for just a bit. So as long as that came through, that sounds absolutely awful. So can you just imagine Death riding up the street on a scooter? I got the black robes, I got the mask underneath the full face helmet, I got the scythe, and I got the death whistle going. I'm gonna freak some kids out. I'm so looking forward to tomorrow night. So tomorrow is a bit of a busy day for me. Just final preps on everything. Got to make up the slime and stuff. So yeah, maybe Saturday. We'll see. But yeah, we'll have the next dev update next Thursday. So same time, 7:30 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time. But I'll be back Sunday as well for some more Hollow Knight. Maybe. Might see if I can get Silent Hill F. I've just finished, I've been playing through all the original, all the series, and I just finished the short message last night. Oh wait, no, I've got 2 remake to play first. So, yeah, no, I probably won't do F on stream. Probably just jump back into Hollow Knight again. Play a bit more of that. But, yeah, no, I should definitely have this weapon fire fixed up before the next dev stream next week. And as long as I have that fixed, everything else should be in place. Our XP and level system should still be running the same, because I've just copied and pasted that over from the old project. And yeah, once we can fire our weapon and actually do damage to the enemies, then one thing I can quickly, I'm not going to do it now. I need to stop. I'm tired. I need to chill. I'm gonna go play some games or watch a movie or something. I don't know. What shows or movies is everyone watching at the moment lately? What's a good show? Go away. Oh, I got a new episode of Shifting Gears ready. Oh, and there's a new season of The Witcher. Yeah. Oh, but that's right. Hemsworth is Geralt now. I don't know. Why can't we have our Cavill? He was one of us. One of the nerds. I don't know, I got a lot of TV to watch though. Like, this is a lot of the series that I'm running at the I've got running at the moment on my Plex that I haven't gotten to. A lot of them. Some of them I'm partway through. So yeah, we might get into The Witcher and see. Oh wait, I didn't have that pulled up. I probably shouldn't be showing off my Plex server. I don't think YouTube would like that very much.
There's lots there, put it that way. One of the biggest things I'm proud of, I've got every available episode of the classic Doctor Who. I'm only up to season 8. No, I got further than that. I think I got to season 12, something like that. Around season 12 of original Doctor Who. So slowly getting through that. It's good. Anyway, I need to stop blabbering. Good night. I'm ZeroXP Dev. This is Zero XP Studio. We'll see you next time. Have a good night.